Oh. Okay, it's 2 o'clock, and I have to thank staff and our county manager for fixing the clock. Thank you. We have spent 2 years looking at approximately 11, 12 minutes ahead. We are right on in it right now. It is 2:01, and it actually reflects such on the clock. I don't know about you, but that's a good thing. All right. So thank you for fixing that. And I think I also, before we start the meeting, want to thank staff for everything that they do. Okay? So if we could have a call to order, a roll call, please. 202. Thank you.
Commissioner Adam Johnson,
Present.
Commissioner Justin Green,
Here.
Commissioner Hank Hughes,
Here.
Commissioner Lisa Kakari Stone,
Presente.
and Chair Camila Bustamante.
Presente también. Thank you. Here. Let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico and the Zia symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures. Our land acknowledgement. This Santa Fe County building is located on the traditional homelands of the Tewa people known as Ogapoge, the White Shell Watering Place. We honor the land itself and all those who have had deep and will continue to have deep connections to the land, as Santa Fe County is committed to being in relationship with our neighboring communities and all people who remain stewards of this land throughout generations. A moment of reflection, Emma Felt.
Let us take a moment to focus on the work ahead of us today. Being ever mindful of our decisions and in the best interest of our community, we take a moment of silence.
Be seated. Approval of the agenda. Do we have any changes to the agenda as presented, Manager Schaefer?
Thank you, Chair Bustamante and Commissioners. The only change to the agenda as presented is the withdrawal of item 7A. That presentation will be postponed to a future meeting of the Board of County Commissioners after it is given to the Water Policy Advisory Committee for feedback relative to that presentation and the issues that it raises. Otherwise, I'd simply note that the initial agenda for today's meeting was posted on Tuesday, May 20th, and the amended agenda was posted on Friday, May 23rd, at approximately 3 p.m. Thank you, Chair Bustamante and Commissioners.
Thank you. Do we have a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
I move to approve the agenda as amended.
We have a motion from Commissioner Hank Hughes,
Second.
a second from Commissioner Johnson. All in favor?
Aye.
The agenda has been approved. Item H, years of service, retirement, and new hire recognitions. Manager Schaefer.
Thank you, Chair Bustamante and Commissioners. Wanted to take a moment at the beginning of this meeting to recognize both new team members as well as those who are recognizing significant milestones and anniversaries with Santa Fe County. Starting with those anniversaries, I wanted to acknowledge that Marshall Dean is celebrating his 5th anniversary during the month of May with Santa Fe County. Marshall is employed at our Regional Emergency Communications Center. We have 2 employees who are celebrating 10 years of service with the county during the month of May. Those are Shane Martinez in the Public Works Department in Project and Facilities Management / Open Space, and Kenneth Quintana in the Community Development Department. So congratulations to Marshall, Shane, and Kenneth. I appreciate their years of service to the county and our community. With regard to new hires, there's a month lapse in terms of reporting or delay, so I'm giving you information relative to the month of April. We had, by my count, 11 new county employees as well as 2 new volunteer firefighters. I'll start with the 2 volunteer firefighters first. Othman Uwins and Stephanie Sand, both started in the month of April as volunteer firefighters with Santa Fe County. We appreciate their service to our community. In terms of new employees, Elizabeth Houghton joined the Community Development Department as a sustainability specialist in our County Clerk's Department. Pierce Jones began work as an election administrative specialist in the county manager's office in the finance division. Margaret Lopez joined our team as an accountant in the community services department. Rosemary Bailey joined the team as department administrator. In the administrative services division, I believe, of public safety, Vanessa Benavides joined the team as an accountant. We have 2 new detention officers in the corrections division, Nicole Martinez and Luis Sanchez Pederdez. In public works, Avion Rivera joined the team as a maintenance technician. In the sheriff's department, we had 2 sheriff deputy cadets, Sophia Apodaca Morales and Layla Cintron, and also a new secretary senior in the sheriff's office, Veronica Rivera. So again, congratulations to those who are serving, or recognizing significant years of service, anniversaries with the county, and welcome to our new volunteer firefighters and county employees.
Thank you, Manager Schaefer, and thank you all to those of you who have just started working with the county. We're grateful to have you, and for those of you who have been or are now celebrating an anniversary, thank you for your committed service to our communities. It matters. Thank you. All right. Recognition of employees for awards, accreditation, recognitions, and other accomplishments. Commissioner Schaefer.
Thank you, Chair Bustamante and commissioners. Did want to recognize Daniel E. Fresquez and Sarah Smith from the County Manager's Office on their successful completion of the 2025 Leadership Santa Fe program. This program spans 8 weekends between September and April, combining hands-on leadership training with in-depth civic education. Participants gain valuable insights into local government, community challenges, as well as collaborative problem solving. Want to acknowledge and congratulate Daniel and Sarah both for completing this course, as well as for their commitment to professional growth and public service. We make it a point to invest in our employees, and always want to encourage employees to seek out and avail themselves of growth opportunities. It's particularly noteworthy because Daniel and Sarah both are incredibly hardworking and busy team members, and they still found the time and made the commitment to pursue this program to include, again, time volunteered on weekends. So congratulations to Daniel and Sarah, and they also had the mispleasure of sitting through a lunch course offered by Bald County Manager that won't be named. But in any event, I wanted to commend them for sticking through that as well. So congratulations, Daniel and Sarah.
Do we have any comments from the commissioners? Commissioner Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to give a shout out to Daniel and Sarah for taking leadership. I did leadership about not quite a decade, 6 years ago, and it was a great experience. I encourage anybody else at Santa Fe County to do it. I think we should have representation from the county in every cohort there, because at the end of the day, I actually depend on my cohort now 9 years later for all sorts of different asks and resources and insights. It is one of the best programs here locally, and I encourage somebody to do it next. So please, if you need a recommendation or a referral, Sarah and Daniel could do it, but I'll do it too. So it's a great program. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anyone else? Commissioner Kakari Stone?
I just want to congratulate the new employees and thank the volunteer firefighters as you look ahead. There's a lot of leadership opportunities, and thank Daniel and Sarah for their investment in their own growth and development. And I think it speaks to being rooted as public servants, really to focusing within Santa Fe and why that's so important in terms of longevity and our sustainability of impact together. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kakari Stone. Anyone else? I too would like to commend, these are two hardworking people and do great work, but there is absolutely, and I've said it before from this dais, is there absolutely nothing more precious, beautiful, important than a person who shows up to improve themselves. It is the reason I got into the profession I had before this. We are always growing, and to see someone take time aside for the improvement of the betterment of themselves in service of our community is unbelievable. It's unbeatable. It's wonderful. So thank you all. Some people will pass not knowing what kind of difference they made, and I will assure you that for those people who are working for Santa Fe County, even those who were mentioned earlier, they don't have that problem, or they won't have that problem. So I'm grateful. Thank you for that good work. Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, I just want to thank you, Sarah and Daniel, since you've been on staff since the beginning of my term, and you've been supportive of me the whole way along. Both of you have. So I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Johnson.
Not to be left out. Thank you, Chair. Daniel, Sarah, new employees and old, want to echo what my colleague said. I want to particularly acknowledge Sarah and Daniel because they are here all the time, and I see them in the building every day and throughout the BCC. So much appreciated, and we really couldn't do it without you.
Thank you all. Okay, on to approval of the meeting minutes. This is an action item A, request approval of the May 6, 2025 Board of County Commissioners special meeting minutes.
Move to approve?
We have a comments?
If I may. So on page 20, there is a double citation for myself, and I think it should be cited for the county manager, but it says that I spoke twice in a row, so I think I speak a lot. I know that I speak a lot, but yeah. But I was referring to myself in the third person, so I'm pretty sure it wasn't me. So, but I was on page 20. It was you'll see it pretty obviously. But I'll second that if that's a friendly amendment.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the minutes. Do you still hold that motion with a correction?
Move to approve as amended.
We have a motion to approve as amended. We have a second by Commissioner Green. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Minutes have been approved. Thank you. Consideration of Commissioner proclamations. We have none. The consent agenda. Is there anything anyone would like to have pulled from the consent agenda? Otherwise, we would have a motion to approve.
I'd like to remove item 4A.
We will remove item 4A, a resolution requesting a budget increase to road maintenance fund.
I move to approve the consent agenda except for 4A.
And I'll second.
We have a motion to approve the consent agenda with the removal of item A with a second from the motion was by Commissioner Hughes, the second is by Commissioner Green. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Appointments and reappointments. We have a request
hold
for
on.
appointment.
We do 4A, right?
I would. Resolution number. We haven't, we have resolution numbers 4B. We will hear 4A right before we start action items.
Okay.
So we'll move that to a double A.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
the resolution numbers, okay, so for 4B
Yes.
is 2025-056, and for 4C is 2025-057.
Thank you. Okay. Appointments and reappointments, request appointment of member from County Commission to reiterate, item A that has been removed will be heard at the beginning of action items, okay, on the calendar. Okay. Ms. Maenza, did I butcher your name?
No, really good.
Thank you.
Chair Bustamante and Commissioners, I am here to present to the board to request appointment of a member from County Commission District 3 to the Health Policy and Planning Commission. The Health Policy and Planning Commission and county staff recommends the appointment of Sun W. Vega to serve a 3-year term from May 27th, 2025 to May 27th, 2028. Sun did want to be here today. Unfortunately, she had a family emergency and is not able to attend. Our recommended action is the appointment of Sun Vega to the District 3 County Commission to serve on the HPPC.
Thank you. And thank you for bringing this forward. This is my district, and I was grateful to see a Juris Doctor and someone who works in child and family justice. So it's a unique seat. It's very different from other people that we have on that commission. So thank you very much, and I'm grateful to Sun Vega for expressing interest and being identified. Are there any questions, comments, concerns? Commissioner Johnson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just briefly, I know Sun Vega well, and she is going to be an excellent member of this committee, and I was pleased to see her name on this list, and I didn't know about it until I came across the desk. So I applaud her for stepping up.
Thank you. Who else? Commissioner Green?
Thank you. I was very impressed with the dual aspects as well, and not to raise expectations too high, but I'm sure she'll do great. So,
Thank you. Thank you. Do we have, I'll go ahead since she's in my district to make a motion to accept the recommendation to appoint Sun Vega to serve the County Commission District 3 representative of the HPPC. Do I have support?
I second it.
We have support from Commissioner Kakari Stone. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you, and please extend our gratitude to Sun Vega. All right, miscellaneous action items. We will hear first resolution requesting a budget increase to the Road Maintenance Fund 204 and Road Projects Fund 311 in the sum amount of $907,583,000.
Thank you, Commissioner Chair Bustamante. Not that I'm opposed to this, I just wanted to hear a little bit more detail about what you're going to do and the timeline for various projects. A lot of these are in my district, so just give us a quick review.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. The goal would be, these projects, some of these were held over from the prior LGRF. The goal for us, based on materials, so we've been going out with trying to get POs for material. So our goal is typically we'll do the seal coat projects initially first. So the ones on this list that are going to get a chip seal or seal coat are the projects we'll do first. Those move fairly quick. So all the different roads that were identified in these LGRFs for that will be first. Some of them will be a mill and inlay. Typically what we'll do with our roads team is any kind of mill operation where they're grinding the pavement up a certain depth to come back down and put new asphalt on it. Some of the milling obviously has to be done first, then we'll come in with the overlay or the inlay. I think Valle Vista is one that's mill and inlay because it's curb and gutter. Typically, we don't do a significant amount of mill projects because most of our roads don't have curb and gutter. We'll do an overlay or we'll do a chip seal and then an overlay depending on the structural surface of it. But our goal is our paving season ends, early fall. Sometimes it can run into late September, but our goal is to finish all the projects before that that are in-house, which are all the LGRF projects.
And is Valle Vista one of the ones you're planning to do?
Valle Vista is, yes, sir.
Yeah. Are you planning to put in speed bumps?
That's a great question, Commissioner. Thank you. I actually did. So we had some residents submit for a speed hump study. I believe it was approximately 2 years ago, somewhere in that time frame. We've met with those constituents, and I went back and reviewed the traffic study. There was some, obviously, many parameters that are focused in on for speed humps. And so I went back and looked through those just to make sure there wasn't something overlooked, because I know it had been communicated to them, this road doesn't meet. I think there was not confusion, but there was some concern because it's an emergency route per se for fire and public safety. We look at those roads a little bit closer, but after talking with my counterparts in fire, the chief, basically there's no stipulation as long as we can build those speed humps to meet the minimum criteria, which is what we build them off of regardless, to make sure that fire trucks can go over. So a long answer is yes. Our goal is, as we do the paving project, to have those speed humps placed.
Okay, and basically all of these you're going to do over the summer, all of them listed.
That is our goal, materials allowing, and obviously weather constraints. If it rains significantly, which we hope we get the rain, sometimes that impacts our time frame, but our goal is to finish these.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Green?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ryan. First off, I did notice that Paseo Nepal is on here, but I drove Paseo Nepal this weekend and it looks great. So that may just be an agglomeration of projects, but I hope you don't repave a recently repaved road, because it was smooth as silk. It was great.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Green, I did note that a few weeks ago, since these LGRF projects were submitted in 2024, those actually fell into the IMP, so Paseo Nepal was one of those. So it has been paved. So we've reached out also to the NMDOT just to make them aware. But that road did come in advance of the LGRFs.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a motion to approve?
I move to approve.
We have a
Second.
motion to approve. We have a second we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Hughes. We have a second from Commissioner Green. All in favor?
Aye.
Item
Thank
A
you.
from the consent agenda has been approved. May I have a resolution number, please?
Yes, Madam Chair, that resolution number is 2025-058.
058, thank you very much. And that's requesting the budget increase for road maintenance fund. Now to item A from the miscellaneous action items, a resolution adopting the interim budget for fiscal year 2025-2026.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I'm going to sit for a second.
Thank you, Yvonne.
The item presented today before you is the approval of the interim budget. The budget that was presented to the board earlier in the month is being presented today as the county's fiscal year 2026 interim budget with the following changes. The creation of 5 additional deputy sheriff positions and allocating funds for contract services for trauma-informed training and planning. County management proposes the following changes to fund these 2 requests. We look to use $845,500 of the grant's temporary employees and matching requirements budget contingency for the fiscal year 2026 and 2027 debt service payments for the GRT revenue bond subordinate 1997A, which is the sheriff's facility. This would free up pledged revenue for these for the 1997A GRT bonds, which will help fund the deputy positions. In addition to the pledged revenue, we recommend the elimination of the account position proposed for the public safety ASD to fully fund the 5 deputies. The transfer of operational support to the Law Enforcement Operations Fund would increase by $527,446 as a result of the additional deputies. And the final adjustment would be to fund $120,000 for the trauma-informed training and planning from, again, the grants, temporary employees, and matching requirements budget contingency. The interim budget is required to be submitted to DFA after the board's approval by June 1st. The next steps for the fiscal year 2026 budget is to hold capital budget hearings and budget study sessions with the board in June, July. We will be presenting to the board a calculation of reserve balances, either using the current reserve policy or the successor policy as applicable. We'll also be preparing the 2025 fiscal year 2025 fourth quarter report for the board's approval in July with submission to DFA by July 31st. And finally, prepare and present the final budget to the board for approval in July for submission to DFA again by July 31st. We are requesting the approval of the interim budget as presented in Exhibit A, budget summaries by fund. And with that, Madam Chair, stand or sit for any questions.
Do we have any questions for Yvonne? Commissioner Green?
Not much of a question, but mostly a thank you for to the Canon management, for Elias, and for Yvonne and the Sheriff's Office for working through the added deputies. This, is a concern of all of our, I'm sure, our constituents. I think we all hear it, and there was enough time and flexibility and resourcefulness to make this happen, and I appreciate them going and making this happen. So. If nobody has anything else, I will
Commissioner
hold.
Kakari-Stone?
I just also want to appreciate the addition of the deputies and law enforcement, but to also thank the county manager and the community services department for considering the suggestion for trauma-informed training and consultation. I think it's really going to help us as we design across all our systems. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Kakari-Stone and Commissioner Green. Anyone else? I would like to also, for clarification, and I'm so grateful for all the good work that staff has done to bring together this budget. And I made a misstatement at our last meeting. It was the last special meeting regarding the funds for the open space that has just been procured. And I do understand that that is coming out of this current budget and will be coming out of various funds. Manager Schaefer, can you help us clarify
Thank you,
that? Thank you.
Chair Bustamante and Commissioners. We would actually bring forward to the board a budget adjustment request when we have the purchase agreement for Bobcat Crossing Ranch. It would be for the board to ultimately decide which of appropriate and available resources could be or should be used for that purpose. And so again, that purchase is not included in this budget. We would anticipate bringing that budget adjustment to the board in June, at which point the board would make that decision about which restricted and general resources to utilize. I hope that clarifies.
That helps. Thank you very much, Manager Schaefer. Again, I misspoke saying that was coming from bond money for open space, and I'm clarifying that was not correct at that time. So thank you. Thank you, Yvonne. Do we have a motion to approve?
I will make the motion to adopt a resolution adopting the interim budget for fiscal year 25-26.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Green and a second.
Second.
I'm sorry, we had Commissioner Kakari-Stone was already.
It's okay, no.
No, she was in action.
Second it.
We have
It's
a
like hot
second by-
peppers up here.
We have a second by Commissioner Kakari-Stone and a very close third, but all right. In other words, there's support.
I was about to say, no, just kidding.
It looks like we have some support for this budget. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. A resolution number, please.
Madam Chair, that resolution number is 2025-059.
059. Thank you very much. Item B, a resolution requesting to publish title and general summary of an ordinance approving community energy efficiency development block grant. William Donahue.
You're not quite on.
Sorry.
There you go.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Very well. Thank
Good
you.
afternoon. I'm Will Donahue with the Sustainability Division, Community Development Department, and yeah, I'll be providing a short presentation on the Community Energy Efficiency Development Block Grant, and we will be requesting authorization to publish title and general summary of an ordinance approving a Community Energy Efficiency Development Block Grant for New Mexico State Energy, Minerals, and Natural Resources Department, Energy Conservation and Management Division, to support the execution of the SEED program project and accepting the terms and conditions of the grant agreement and authorizing the county manager or designee to sign all documents necessary to accept the block grant.
Thank you,
So-
Mr. Donahue. And I'll just remind you that we do have all of your information in our
Okay.
packet, so when the presentation is up, you can just summarize the pages.
Great.
We're grateful. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay,
We'll
so
ask questions if we have them after.
there we go. Yeah.
Thank you.
So on the moving to the PowerPoint. Let's see if I can move it forward. Okay, so just a little bit of a background. So in December of 23, we submitted an application to MNERD for the seed block grant. We requested $1 million in funding, and on July of 2024, we received word that we were awarded the grant, and we were rewarded at a 16.5% reduction. So that would be $835,000 for the project. And so through the SEED program, we'll be installing energy efficiency upgrades at 42 low-income households and really prioritizing homes that are at 80% or less of AMI and that are documented as having an energy burden. So the real purpose of the program is reducing utility bills while also reducing energy consumption, and by converting HVAC systems from propane or natural gas, that would be reducing greenhouse gas emissions as well. And so through the program, there's $16,000 that's allocated per household. That's a kind of average per household through the program. So some can be higher, but we want $16,000 for all. And just moving on to kind of energy efficiency improvements. These are sort of the scope of items that are going to be within the project on a Exhibit C, which is the GSA. That, if you look at the second attachment on there, that has a list of all of the approved MNERD interventions. And so they're kind of broken up into three categories. It would be envelope improvements, really focused on door and window replacements, air sealing, insulation, that kind of thing. And then building system improvements, more focused on smart thermostats, heat pumps, water heaters, and appliance replacements with an Energy Star alternative. And just as a note for the heat pumps, have to make sure that it would not increase the residents' bills, so it would be focused on sort of inductive electricity or moving from propane to a heat pump alternative. And then kind of the third component is a health and safety. So there's up to $1,000 for incidental repairs, and then up to $3,200 per unit, so about 20% for health and safety measures. So that would be anything from mold remediation, electrical safety issues, fuel leaks, code compliance issues, lead paint, air quality, and that's non-exhaustive list on sort of what can be done for those. And really, when we're looking at deciding which households are going to get what, it's really done on a case-by-case basis based on the household need, and really what set of these improvements are going to maximize energy savings for the residents. And so then moving on to impact. So we anticipate that on average per household, we'll see about a 32% reduction in household energy use and a 23% reduction in household energy costs, which equates to about a savings of $340 per household per year. And that's, averaged out, and basically, in short, it's done, compiled this using the ResStock analysis tool, looking at similar interventions and adjusting for sort of our housing stock location where we're at, and so it's a good estimate of sort of what we hope to achieve with these improvements. And then finally moving to implementation, I think something kind of unique about our implementation of the SEED program is that we'll be doing it hand in hand with the existing home rehabilitation and energy efficiency program, or HREE, and so those will be combined through a single program administrator, and households who apply through the HREE program can also have access to seed capital. And so total they can have $50,000 through HRE, and then additional $16,000 through seed. And so it really works well in that some of the more home rehabilitation projects, that work can be done through HRE, while more energy efficiency work can be done through seed. So I think the idea is it'll really stretch that money further and allow kind of more meaningful impacts to the low-income households. And just moving through that again, so household appliance through HREE will be screened for participation in SEED. As of 2 weeks ago, as of 2 weeks ago, there were 67 pending projects were approved for income eligibility through HREE, and of those, about 36 or 54% could potentially be eligible for SEED funding as well. And so basically, after initiating the project, there'll be a home energy assessment, which will establish a baseline, and also needs assessment that'll be used to develop the scope of work to figure out what implementation is going to be made. And then after the work is done, there'll be a second energy audit to really quantify the savings from these programs, so we can really be sure of what the value is on this. And then finally, just moving forward, per the Community Energy Efficiency Development Block Grant, the county needs to adopt an ordinance approving the SEED block grant. So the purpose is, as you can read, just to apply for the approval, provide for the acceptance of the block grant, implementation of the program, and adoption of the terms and conditions. And those are in the General Services Agreement in Exhibit 3. So thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for William? Commissioner Green?
Thank you for clarifying the greenhouse gas aspect. And I wonder, is there extra prioritization to get people off of propane? Because not only is propane a greenhouse gas, but I think it's trucked in all cases. So it's like gas moving gas.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Green, yes, I think there definitely is. Really looking at just cost savings wise, it's going to be the great move to make moving to a heat pump, economically feasible. And so we really did in the analysis look at that being a kind of high target for really achieving the greenhouse gas emissions, just energy efficiency and cost savings. That's a real kind of a good move to really maximize cost savings. So I think there will be.
Not to cut into the propane business of people up in the mountains, but we should reach out to everybody up there to make them aware of this program, to get them off of that. And then hopefully when we do start scoring people, if it's possible, to really put a score on the people that now don't have propane, and to measure the fact that there used to be trips in a big old truck up a mountain to deliver propane. And that is an added benefit there. It's not just moving them from propane to electric and a heat pump, but it's actually the lack of that transportation, and so that we get extra bonus points for that. So anyway, good job. Thank you.
Anyone else? Commissioner Johnson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Will. This is a great program. I'm really, I think it's important, and to combine it with HREE Seems like we can do a lot of good for low-income households. One quick question about the energy consultation or evaluation. How much do those typically cost, and where do those costs go to? Who pays for that?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner Johnson, in this circumstance, so we will be we'll have a program administrator who will administer both the HRE and the SEED, and so they will in their agreement they'll be doing the energy audits, and so it's written into their sort of their fee.
Yeah, that clarifies it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? I have a question. So in the interest of the propane, this doesn't seem like it's enough money to be able to put solar on someone's house, is it?
Madam Chair, no, and actually the SEED program prohibits us from using solar. Initially, we had a solar component and higher values, but per the agreement, we can't do solar for this project.
Thank you. And propane being less expensive than electric, it's maybe just helping with the efficiency in the house or whatever the case. Thank you. Are there any further questions? Do we have a motion to approve?
I will
move to approve.
Oh, and I will second then.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Johnson. We have a second by Commissioner Green. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. We have an ordinance. Could we have the ordinance number, please?
It's not an ordinance yet. It is just the request to publish title and general
Published
summary.
title, I'm sorry, yes, thank you. Published title and general summary of an ordinance. Do we need a number for that, or not really? It's asking, that not until the ordinance is passed, correct, thank you. Request for approval of the Affordable Housing Agreement for Essentia Subdivision Phase 3. So this is a request for the Affordable Housing Agreement.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Before you today, we have the request for the Affordable Housing Agreement for Essentia Subphase 3, Subphases 3A and 3B. This case was heard on May 13th, 2025, last approved by the board for preliminary and final subdivision plat. Subphase 3A for 68 lots and Subphase 3B for 50 lots. Subphase 3A consists of 68 single-family lots with 10 affordable dwellings, and Subphase 3B, 50 single-family with 8 affordable dwellings. This satisfies the affordable housing obligation, and we're here as this was a requirement and condition of approval from the May 13th hearing to be back in front of this board today to have the agreements approved. Staff's recommendation is the agreements be approved, and I stand for any questions.
Thank you, Kenneth Quintana. We also celebrated your 10-year anniversary a little earlier, so we recognized it, so thank you. Do we have any questions, comments, or concerns for Mr. Quintana? Commissioner Green.
Thank you, Kenneth. Congratulations, first off, because yes, you deserve recognition for that. But secondly important, if it's possible for this and all upcoming agreements like this to sort of track when they are successfully completed, because I know this agreement comes forward, we sign it, but there are cases where they don't get executed on the ground. And so when these get built and the keys turned over to a lucky family or 10 or 18 or that we celebrated here and make sure that we say this was, we approved this on this date. It took us them 2, 3, 4 years to get people into these homes, so we start to track that pipeline. Would be great for us to know how that works.
Chair Bustamante, Commissioner Green, thank you so much. With our new neighborly software, we're going to do exactly that. They are all going to be put into the neighborly software to be tracked. Currently, today, we're going to start tracking the original recorded agreements, which we weren't doing before. One of the things we've already done is gone back to see how many missing recorded agreements we have, and there are many. So definitely, moving forward, they will be tracked.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? If there are no other questions, we'll
I'll make
entertain
the
a
motion to approve item C, request for approval of the affordable housing agreement for the Essentia subdivision, Phase 3, subphases 3A and 3B.
Second.
Yep.
We have a motion to approve from Commissioner Green, a second from Commissioner Hughes. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much, and thanks for making this
Thank you.
happen. Item D, a request for approval of project assignment number 2 for agreement 2025-0101 ACMO between Santa Fe County and Sauter Miller and Associates, Inc. Hi.
Sorry. The Ojo de la Vaca Road Improvement Project is located approximately 1 mile south of the separate Galisteo Creek crossing that was approved earlier this month. This road project begins at the existing pavement end and continues to Rancho Romero Road. It's unpaved with a single lane in each direction, and there are some constraints due to steep topography, which limits the ability to perform stormwater management. So that's resulted in some hazardous conditions during heavy rain and also icy conditions. This budget was approved as part of the 2025 capital budget, and it's funded from the capital outlay gross receipts tax. The project will have primary investigation and reporting to inform the design of the new asphalt paved road, and then move on to preliminary and final plans for the road, and then bidding and negotiation services. In March, the project assignment was issued to Sauter Miller and Associates for engineering services as part of their on-call agreement. They submitted a cost proposal, which we determined to be fair and acceptable, and we're seeking to award them this project.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
Do we have any questions for Aaron? Commissioner Johnson?
Yes, thanks, Aaron. And I really support this project. I have a letter here that's addressed to Chair Bustamante and myself. I didn't receive an email. I actually got this in the mail from one Mark Murdoch, well, I won't read his address, but he lives in this area, and he suggested this plan. I don't think that he knew that it was in the works, but I want to sort of applaud the anticipation here for this. I guess I'm wondering if there are future plans to pave more of CR 51 moving south towards Stanley, because Mr. Murdoch's concern was that that road is very rough when the pavement ends, and we're going to pave some of it, but it is so bumpy that emergency vehicles may have trouble accessing it. And certainly, as in an emergency situation when people are trying to exit, we'll have a low water crossing to the north, which will be great, or improvements to that low water crossing, I should say. Are there future plans for additional work on CR 51 further south towards Stanley?
Thank you for that question. Commissioner Johnson, Chair Bustamante, I am not sure currently if this is being extended. No, this was the only one that we have budgeted right now. So as budget comes available and with other road projects going through the county, I'm sure that'll be considered to continue forward.
Okay, well, this is a good start. Thank you for your work, and I think we should look into a little further south improvements as well in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner Hughes?
Yeah, I was surprised by the cost of engineering, and I wondered were you surprised also that it was so expensive to design? Basically, put a culvert in and a few extra lanes. Doesn't seem like that much trouble, but maybe you could tell me what's involved in the engineering.
For the road project we're talking about, or the creek crossing?
Well, for this project,
For-
$467,000.
Yeah, it's a little over a mile long, and I think one of the big constraints we have is that topography issues and the steepness. The drainage is probably a bigger factor in trying to make sure we build the road correctly. So that does add to cost. I think we're all surprised by costs as they keep coming up, but we found it to be in line with other projects in the same area.
So is it a half mile on each side of the bridge, basically?
So it's a mile south from where the bridge is.
Okay.
And it's where the pavement ends currently, and it goes for a little over a mile. I think it's 1.15 miles to Rancho Romero Road. So it's a longer piece than some of the other projects that have been about the same cost. And really it is looking at, the geology. We're going from an unpaved road to a paved road. So there's a lot going in that preliminary investigation portion as well, because we don't have a PER for this. It's kind of rolled into the full design.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm very familiar with that road, so thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Thank you, Aaron. Any further questions? Do we have a motion to approve?
Move to approve?
We have a motion to approve from Commissioner Johnson.
Second.
We have a second from Commissioner Hughes. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Item E, a request for approval of amendment number 7 to agreement number 2020-18-0151 HAMM between Santa Fe County and the Boys and Girls Club of Santa Fe del Norte.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, the Santa Fe County Housing Authority is requesting approval of amendment number 7 to agreement number 2018-0151/HA-MM between the Santa Fe County and the Boys and Girls Club of Santa Fe del Norte, extending the terms and conditions for an additional year to increase the compensation by $190,000 for a total contract amount of $1,190,000, inclusive of NMGRT, and delegating authority to county manager to sign the purchase order. These services are for the Boys and Girls Club to ensure after-school and summer school programs at various public housing neighborhoods, including the La Puebla Marcos Trujillo Center.
Thank you.
That concludes my presentation, and I stand for any questions.
Do we have any questions for Adriana? We have a question for Commissioner Kakari Stone.
Thank you, Ms. Velasquez. We know Boys and Girls Clubs are really important. And can you educate me on, do we collect numbers on the impact annually of the difference we're making with the Boys and Girls Club, numbers served, types of programming, parents involved? Also, Boys and Girls Club by name is like the Girl Scouts, Boy Scouts is very gender binary. Do we have any impact or qualitative anecdotal data on the impact on non-gender conforming young people? Just some questions. Thank you for helping me with that.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Kakari Stone, we do receive a monthly report from the Boys and Girls Club that has the number of children's services that they provide services to, what they help with, what their plan is for the month. We don't get a report in regards to their gender, if they're boys or girls, but we do get a report monthly that we would be happy to share with you.
Okay, and I'm just wondering, like when we do increase contracts and so forth, if it's possible to, at that time, give updates on some summary impact that we've achieved so far, because we're always good at implementing and passing money, and these are amazing causes, but it's also good to see the impact with our dollars. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Adriana. Any additional questions? This is a very valuable project. I think there are a lot of people who really appreciate it. So thank you very much for carrying this through. Do we have a motion to approve?
I will make the motion to approve amendment number 7 to agreement number 2018-0151 HA/MM between Santa Fe County and the Boys and Girls Club of Santa Fe del Norte.
We have a motion by Commissioner Green. Do we have a second?
Seconded.
A second by Commissioner Kakari Stone.
And just to make sure that we have delegation of authority to the county manager as well. So.
Thank you. And all that fall under item E. Thank you very much,
Yes.
Commissioner Green, for ensuring that. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? No. Thank you very much. Motion carries. Item 7, presentations, has been postponed for a later date. We will have public items of public concern at 3:45. Manager Schaefer, do we have any miscellaneous updates that you would like to share with us at this time?
Chair Bustamante and Commissioners, first want to announce that we have 2 remaining wildfire mitigation community education days over the next 2 weekends. This Saturday's event will be held from 10 a.m. to noon at the Nambe Community Center. And secondly, on June 7th, the final event, also from 10 a.m. to noon, will be held at the Hondo Fire Station. So encourage the community to come out and learn about defensible space, know your zone, evacuation protocols, hear from the Office of the Superintendent Insurance and others. In addition, I'm pleased to announce that this past Friday, Standard & Poor's issued a AAA rating to the county's proposed $21 million in 2025 general obligation bonds. And at the same time, S&P affirmed its AAA rating on the county's existing general obligation debt that is outstanding. I'll share the ratings direct with you, but that is positive news in terms of our ability to borrow funds for these voter-approved projects at favorable interest rates, and reflects a variety of practices and policies that this board continues to adhere to year over year. That's all I have. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Manager Schaefer. Matters from the commission. Let's start with Commissioner Kakari Stone.
Thank you, Chair Bustamante and all. I just wanted to give an update focusing particularly on one of the committees I serve on, but shout out to the firefighters and our liaisons who've been coming out to the fire mitigation days, as well as Daniel Frescas. I think there's been a good turnout and great education. I especially appreciate the Office of the Superintendent of Insurance holding a table there, because a lot of homeowners have questions about the rising costs of their homeowners insurance due to climate change and fires. So I think it's been very successful. I sit on the Metropolitan Planning Organization as well as the Santa Fe Solid Waste Management Agency. We had those meetings this last week. I'll defer to Commissioner Green or Commissioner Johnson to give those updates as well. But I want to say regarding the MPO, it's really critical, and I've seen firsthand in my service so far in collaboration and having these committees where there's joint participation with key experts, but as well as the city of Santa Fe. I think it really speaks to intergovernmental collaboration and finding solutions together. And there was some interesting discussions about some potential solutions regarding Highway 14 and safety. I'll leave it at that, but again, just coming together to look deeply across government is important. Regarding the Northern Rio Grande heritage area, we've had our second consultation with the consultants regarding the landfill and the building of the line. And I just want to mention, while there has been required tribal consultation, there is nothing legally in the books that requires and mandates consultation with traditional Hispanic land-based communities in northern New Mexico. So this consultation has been important. While it's after the fact, there's been some really greater insights across federal government agencies, including the Bureau of Land Management and others who came to the table last week. We're going to be meeting again coming up next week for a final consultation and clarification of opportunities for mitigation. And I just want to say that this has been possible also through the leadership and listening. And while it could become very contentious, I think it speaks to the importance of co-learning together and revisiting historical documents, multitude of complex federal laws as it relates to land, but also speaks to the long-term intergenerational 100 years of history of collaboration, partnership, and mutual bidirectional respect for cultural lands and practices with the pueblos between traditional Hispanic communities. And finally, we did have, I continue the cafecitos, and I want to just thank publicly Councilor Cassett, who came and joined me, and Kim Vigil, who also organized it in the South Side. There was some excellent conversations, and through those conversations, when we meet with our city officials, there's opportunity to see the growth as well as the deep commitment to including Santa Fe residents across the entire county and city with local officials. So I just want to appreciate that type of also intergovernmental collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kakari Stone. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we, as a commission, toured the adult detention facility, and I want to thank the staff there for, especially the warden and the deputy warden, for giving us a really robust tour with, answering all questions. We have recently seen a lot of concern around the situation around walking, and I think that the short-term solution and a longer-term solution were both discussed at that meeting, and I'm optimistic that we can sort some of that out. I want to thank Growth Management and Public Works, who helped Commissioner Kakari Stone and I get sort of oriented to some broader regional issues. We began with an overview of the Sustainable Growth Management Plan. We talked about water resources, and we got an update about the Pojoaque Basin Regional Water System. Those, I believe, are going to be previewed, or that was a preview of the presentation that was postponed today, but a lot of good information in there. And I think again, staff is always great about answering questions that we have and providing updated materials when we request them. And water, in this case, is an extremely important issue in northern New Mexico and in Santa Fe County. And as much information as we can provide about it, as good data and analysis, it's essential for us as a community. As was mentioned by Commissioner Kakari Stone, we had a meeting of the MPO. One of the things that we discussed in that meeting that I think was fruitful is how, because we had some visitors from the TAG, right? Or is it, TAG, or the TAC, the Transit Advisory Committee, Transit Advisory Board, Transit Advisory Group, one of those, is to have better coordination between transit systems in the region. There is some concern about the coordination between the North Central Regional Transit District, a board that I sit on, and the Santa Fe Trails, and I look forward to kind of clarifying that for myself and hopefully helping to resolve that in coordination with my city counterpart. Another issue that was brought up is an issue on Rabbit Road where there's a disjunction between DOT and the county line. And as far as maintenance, it's a half-mile stretch. This isn't a question. It's just information something that I'll be tracking down in the coming days and weeks. And there will be forthcoming an adoption of a Metro Transit plan through that body. Commissioner Green probably has a couple things to add to that. I want to wish everyone a happy Memorial Day, a couple days late. And this is a personal note, but I was talking with Chair Bustamante before, who we were talking about losing pets, and I lost my pet peacock yesterday, which is very sad. So I wanted to honor his legacy. His name was Jimothy, and he died of an illness. So I just wanted to give him a shout out because I cared about him.
Thank you,
Madam
Commissioner
Chair.
Johnson. Thank you. Why are you laughing, Commissioner Green? Okay, I'm just kidding. Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. I'm very sorry for your loss. Commissioner Green.
Oh, So thank you very much, Madam Chair. I will, this isn't the order that I had my notes in, but I will just continue on the MPO thing. I think there is definitely a need for collaboration between our TAC, our MPO, their transit, and there's so many of these sort of fragmented groups that all have somewhere in a Venn diagram they need to be, they have overlap, and we should be coordinating those much more cohesively to be much more effective, really is where it is. There's the opportunity for buses and shuttles that the city is operating to potentially be a shuttle for the jail, right? So these are some of these tools that are not in the county's hands, but that the city has access to, that we might be able to utilize in a greater partnership between the city and the county. So I want to reiterate that opportunity and to see how we can sort of potentially maybe just have a summit of transit, right? Or transportation and transit, right? These are the city-county things, but when we talked about having a Board of County Commissioners and a City Council meeting, a joint level, that might even miss that's the first level of this. The second level is when we dig down into specific issues, such as transportation and transit, and that we make sure that we bring all of those second-tier experts to the table so that we can coordinate and collaborate with the best ideas and best practices and the resources that are there. So we had, I want to thank county staff, folks from Public Works, from the fire department. There were people from the state office of the state engineer. There were folks from BOR, from the Federal Bureau of Reclamation, and the contractors working on the Pojoaque Basin Regional Water System. There were 2 meet and greets and work tables for helping with well elections and answering lots of questions. The first one in Tesuque was moderately attended, but the one in Pojoaque at the middle school the day after was very well attended, and it was great to see people attend, get a lot of answers to their questions. And then at the end, I was in the parking lot watching people leave, and as they left, I asked them, "Did you get what you wanted?" And the reaction was, "Oh my, you guys are communicating so much better. Thank you so much. You answered my question, and if not, I know who to talk to, at least on the follow-up questions." And so that was great for all of us to hear. It was certainly great for me to hear, because that was a sort of a sore spot in my district as I came into office, and now we're making some good progress on that, at least in the community acceptance of this and the understanding of the project. So that was wonderful. I met with the leadership of Pojoaque Pueblo, with Governor, Lieutenant Governor, Secretary and Treasurer, and we discussed a variety of issues for Pojoaque Pueblo a couple weeks ago maybe it was at this point, and continue building on that relationship and making sure that they know that they can call on any of us, but they do have property in District 3, but their main core of their pueblos in District 1, and that if there's anything we can do to help them, that we are here to help. Lastly, as we've read, or second to last actually, as we've read, there's a little bit of a crisis with the Interfaith Shelter in Pete's Place, and I would hope that we have some level of consensus here from this board to bring county resources to be at the table, and so that we are part of the solution, and that we're not just sitting hearing about issues and coming late to the decision making, and so that whatever it takes to help this vulnerable community, it is definitely important. I want to, on a very related note, Dr. Dodsey, who is the head of Health and Human Services for Rio Arriba County, invited me to an hour-and-a-half orientation with service providers and shelter operators in the Espanola area, and this is led by some funding from Ancorum, and this is a sort of working group to sort of work through how the Espanola Valley can come to some solutions for their population, and in that case it's 2 counties, a city, and 2 pueblos. It is definitely a complicated area. Lastly, I want to give a thank you to the Sheriff's Department and to the Fire Department. The sheriff's office and fire department responded unbelievably fast on Saturday night when one of my delivery drivers was in a car accident with a hit and run, and somebody came up behind my driver at probably close to 90 miles an hour on a small country lane in District 2, and inches, matter of inches from possibly killing or severely injuring my driver. And the car is totaled, but the driver is fine. And so we can replace vehicles, but we can't replace drivers. But the lesson of this was, this was somebody who had the person who perpetrated this was strung out and should have been probably known to our community and provided with the resources to make sure that they weren't on the street with a vehicle at their access and able to get out and to do this. And so, just by the grace of God is my driver able to walk away from this. He was shaken and in good spirits, but boy, it was like, I can show you some pictures. It was inches from some severe injury. And I hope that this person gets the help that they need. I think this is a fine line between the criminal justice system and the behavioral health system, but this is a combination that these two systems need to work together. And I hope this person gets the help, but also knows that they should be responsible for what they did. And thank you to the sheriff's office; they were phenomenal, and to the fire department for responding so quickly. It was impressive. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Green. Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, thank you. We do, as Denise mentioned, we're breaking ground on Cresta Ranch on Thursday at 2 o'clock, and that should be a pretty exciting event. And that leads into the fact that affordable housing is the answer to homelessness, ultimately, and we're working on that. I think the first step is this affordable housing that we're building that will prevent some people from becoming homeless, as well as house a few of those who are homeless and can get vouchers. And then, the permanent supportive housing that we want to work on next is it will house some of the worst off people who don't do well in just housing but need lots of support services. I was disappointed, like everyone, to read about the problem with Pete's Place, and the city can't work them out with them. I don't know how we can get involved, but if there's somebody sees a way. I know Commissioner Green, you and I were at a meeting with the mayor about a year ago, and I don't think he listened to anything we said. So he wanted to do pallet shelters, which I don't think are happening yet, except in the 10 pallet shelters at Christ Lutheran Church. But other than that, they haven't had much success with that. So, yeah, it's discouraging. I mean, the Interfaith Shelter, started out as a winter shelter, and it was a fine location for that, but they kept expanding their mission beyond what that site could handle. But that doesn't mean it's not a mission worth following, to take in anybody who needs help anytime. So it'd be nice to find a new location for the Interfaith Shelter that's bigger and more enclosed so they can contain the problem. Anyway, that's enough on that. At my town hall meeting last week on Thursday, a lot of people were concerned about fire, and one person had mentioned that she was denied her housing insurance, even though he's in a home, not in El Dorado, but in Dos Griegos, which is next door to El Dorado, which it seemed weird. She was able to obtain insurance from another company, but one company denied her insurance. And others were mentioning the need for fire hydrants. Some parts of the community, don't have fire hydrants because there's no public water there. And that's another concern because, of course, to get good insurance, you need to have access to a fire hydrant. So those are, I think, things we need to work on. Also, it was mentioned, I don't know if there's anything we do about it, all the tumbleweeds blowing around, but people were hoping that we could clean up along our, at least our county trails. And finally, I just want to mention that on Rabbit Road, it runs from District 4 into District 5, and part of that road was built by Oshara, and so, but the county is scheduled to take over that. I don't know if you realize that, but so hopefully it'll be where the state maintenance ends, the county will begin, but right now there's this section that isn't, and the people complain terribly about that. And not that it will happen in, you know, I mean, you know, adopting a road and then maintaining it and building it up to county standards may take a while, but at least working on it. I don't know if the same guy communicates with you, Commissioner Johnson, but I have heard from the same person over and over again. And I'm sure we will hear from him more because we'll take our time. It'll take time to get it fixed. And that's it.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. And lastly, I want to, one, road issues never stop, so I want to thank staff, especially Ryan, for being available and being there to the community members and following up and following through and making sure that people are communicated by a number of community issues. So thank you for that, Ryan. I also want to thank Commissioner Kakari Stone for bringing up the question that I believe all of our constituents ask, and we see it all the time, is where's the water coming from? So with the WPAC leadership and Commissioner Kakari Stone, we have drafted and will be working with staff on the creation of a report of the state of Santa Fe County Water and Reclamation, which is going to include information on, and we're going. This is the first time it's being stated in public forum, but information on water resources within the Sangre de Cristo Basin. Where is it coming from? How much is available? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Santa Fe County efforts, things that have been done, things being done, and things that are planned to be done. Collaboration with the city, Santa Fe 2100, et cetera, Paseo Real Water Reclamation Plant, et cetera, which may just be opportunities for partnership. Collaboration with the Office of the State Engineer. And I just want to say that there are individuals who are on the WPAC who work with these entities often, if not actually sit there. I believe one of our vice chair is actually someone who either interfaces or sits at the and I just don't have her resume in front of me again, but works with the state engineer's office. Growth management process for development approvals, well monitoring, the apartment, have a small dialogue. Is it this incentive-based or is this punitive? How do we make this happen? Because we've had these conversations for a while and it's not easy, to say the least. And then in the big picture, opportunities for improvement, monitoring, budgeting, communication with constituents being the lead on most of this. It's very critical. So there is an agenda that's been put in place, and this will be at the next WPAC meeting. Again, the agenda was drafted with the leadership. At the WPAC meeting, the agenda will be reviewed and approved to come to the BCC for I guess adoption, but we'll see of the content. So we'll see what that will look like. From there, we have the my favorite, the SWAMA folks. Don't ask me why. I really love going to these issues, these places that talk about what we're going to do with our waste, because it drives me just nuts that we have a lot of waste, but we have a good systems for managing it. So coming up June 1st and 2nd, we have free tire days, free green waste days, and free household hazardous and free electronic on June 1st and 2nd. So don't forget, if you've got that old laptop sitting there or the monitor that nobody wants to use ever again anywhere, that's what it's there for. Or the old paint or the pesticide you know you're never going to use, that's hazardous waste and it should just go away. So that's what's coming up in the world of SWAMA. And that's it for my report. Yes, sir.
May I request something in your WPAC scheme thing that you're working on to assess how much pledged water? I know this was something that was talked about, but the difference between pledged water to developments and stuff that hasn't been built and executed, so that maybe we can start to see if we're out over our skis or if we, because we've pledged much more than we've built.
It's very much the intention of this process. The dialogue, the question of water, wet water and paper water rights. And I always recall that big glass of paper water that we used to drink and it just doesn't go down as well. I'm just saying. All right.
Thank you.
So this should be very helpful in answering that, at least starting to answer that question for our constituents. And again, this will be dialogue with a lot of leadership, but also the community. Okay, where we are in our agenda, we have matters from the county commissioners and other elected officials. Daniel, do we have anyone who would like to speak?
Madam Chair, we don't have any other elected officials online.
Okay, we have no other elected officials online. At this point, we have 20 minutes until we have our matters from the public that starts at 3:45. I'm going to, given that the closed session is going to take a little bit of time and there will be a discussion, we have already heard, given the published agenda, that there are concerns about the closed component of the discussion regarding the Rancho Viejo Solar project. And I need to just disclose and say very clearly for the public and anyone who's concerned about what would be discussed today in closed session is simply process and procedure. And the issue of, well, then why couldn't we talk about process and procedure in open forum is really, that's not the kind of, there's going to be a bit of talking back and forth, and this is how we'd want to do it, and make sure that these people, making sure that everything is done in a way that everyone gets the best opportunity to express their views. We have not had any information provided to us regarding the details of this case. We will not be making any decisions regarding the concerns of the project. We are simply looking at process and procedure, and it is just much, much more beneficial to us to have that in closed forum so that we can just work out the particular issues that aren't necessarily of public interest, quite honestly. When it is of public interest, it will be specifically how we are conducting the meeting, because there is large, I don't need to even say this, there's large public interest regarding this matter. So we want to make sure that where we do it, how we do it, is going to be discussed in prior. At this point, I'd like to see from the county manager, and given that, I think we can actually take a 20-minute break, and then we would come back for issues of public concern, and then we would go into closed session. So I would actually like to, let's go ahead and do that. We have a 20-minute break. We'll come back and have our public hearing. Thank you very much. Okay, we are back in session. And we are on our public matters of public concern to be heard at 3:45. It is 3:45 right now, and we will have 3 minutes per speaker. Thank you, Daniel. Do we have people, anyone from the, okay, people in the dais? We have how many, I'm sorry, in the chambers? How many people in the chambers? 2 who would like to speak. We'll start with the people in the chambers, and then we'll go online, okay? Go ahead and go to the microphone.
Hello, Commissioners. Good afternoon. You all know me. I'm Julie Bennett. I've been working with my husband and the county staff for 7 months now, actually longer, 7 years, to certify our TDRs. 7 months after Herbert Foster asked us to revise our qualification report that was already documented by the previous staff, Robert Griego, we still have no determination from legal about our water rights, which are registered with the state of engineer and completely legit. We have no response to our new revised qualification report. And this is what Herbert writes. I will let you know as soon as I have a reply regarding the water rights determination or if there are any further questions on your application. We have received no questions from legal. That's all I have to say. It's pushing the limits of absurdity. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
I'm Dr. Eikelenboom-Schieveld, and I want to react to the email that Ashley Schanauer sent you this morning, and I think you were referring to that. And we both oppose very strongly the idea that the procedures and the process regarding the Rancho Viejo solar project should be in closed session. I mean, we as a people have a right to know what is going on, and both the hearing officer and the planning committee talked about those procedures and process in open setting, and citizens were allowed to react on it and give their input. So we really think you should postpone this discussion about that. And this whole project is surrounded by so much secrecy and redaction. And it's really suspicious, and I think if it's such a terrific program, why is everything so shaded in secrecy and redactions? Thank you.
Thank you. To our online.
Chair Bustamante, we did have 2 users pre-register to speak and to attend virtually, Chris Michels and Paul White. Unfortunately, I don't see either of those users online.
Okay. I think we can, we have neither of them online at all. And it is 3:49. I'm going to give it 1 more minute, and we will move to our next item. Okay. Okay. It appears as though we do not have our online speakers. Yes. Someone without a name. Are you able to text them, check and chat if they're? Okay. All right. Okay, well, we're going to go ahead and close. It is 3:50. We'll close public concerns, matters of public concern, and move into our matters from the county attorney. And again,
Thank you, Chair Bustamante. There are several items that I'm seeking a motion for the commission to go into executive session to discuss. The applicable exceptions to the Open Meetings Act are: one, limited personnel matters under Section 1015H2, board deliberations in connection with administrative adjudicatory proceedings pursuant to Section 1015-1H3, threatened or pending litigation in which Santa Fe County is or may become a participant as allowed by Section 1015-1H7. And as you know, I know you've already spoken to this before, but by way of slight response, I'll just note that the commission has noted a potential action item after closed session in which it will conduct in open session any action it chooses to take after deliberating on the administrative adjudicatory matter that's set forth in the agenda. So I'm seeking a motion to go into executive session for the reasons just stated.
thank you, Attorney Boyd. We hear a motion to go into executive session.
So moved.
We have a motion to go into executive session from Commissioner Johnson. Do we have support?
I would second it, but under discussion, if I
Okay.
may.
We have a second from Commissioner Green, who wants to talk about it.
So we've had concern here from the public, and we received a letter earlier today. Would you please just expand on this, their concerns, and how you interpret that as not being impactful in our decision to go and to speak in private?
Chair Bustamante and Commissioner Green, under the Open Meetings Act, this body, in recognition of the role it plays as a judicial body from time to time, allows the commission to go into executive session to engage in deliberations. And the language of the statute is that it's deliberations in connection with any adjudicatory proceeding. And so when you're putting your judge hat on, you need to have the space and time to decide and deliberate on what you're going to do. And that's what the statutory exception recognizes. And it's to allow you all to have the space to deliberate on something before returning to open session and taking the action on the proposed item or taking a different action. So again, I think that the correspondence that was shared earlier, I think overly narrowly cabins the issue to essentially just address, only after you've conducted all of your hearing, after you've heard all the testimony, at only that point can you go into closed session. But then the question becomes, how do you make a decision about how to conduct that hearing? That is core judicial decision making. That is something that judges do all the time. They retire to their chambers and decide the process they're going to have before they take evidence and before they reach a decision. And so I think that there is, certainly the commission could elect to do this in open session, but I think that, there's a very well-grounded basis for this statutory exception, and it's very sensible. It's to give you all the chance to deliberate and reach a judicial decision and then announce the decision after deliberating. So that's the purpose of the exception. It applies squarely here because what you're being asked to do is deliberate in connection with a quasi-judicial proceeding. And it does not have anything to do with prejudging the matter. As the agenda points out, it is a non-merits order, essentially deciding how you're going to further adjudicate this case. And so, I think that it's certainly well within your powers and appropriate in this instance for you all to enter into an executive session to deliberate on the process.
Thank you for explaining that. As much for the five of us up here, but as for the community, for the transparency aspect. If two people have questions, 20 probably have questions, and probably 200. So thank you for explaining that. So I maintain my second.
Okay. I think it's worth saying yet even again that the whole purpose is, when I hear the word deliberating and then I think of the public, well, what are they deliberating without our input? The deliberation is specifically how we are going to conduct the hearings. And that wouldn't be something that's necessarily amenable to the public input because we have to coordinate those elements among each other and with staff. So I hope that solves that and is clear. I do trust that there will still be some who would say, well, then why couldn't we have it in open forum? And, the answer is because when we get into that type of consideration, that's what a judge would do in the back room, but we do it as a board. So, thank you. So we have a motion by Commissioner Johnson. We have a second from Commissioner Green. All in favor?
Roll call, roll call, roll
I'm
call.
sorry, roll call vote. Thank you. Deja vu.
Commissioner Adam Johnson.
Yes.
Commissioner Justin Green.
Yes.
Commissioner Hank Hughes.
Yes.
Commissioner Lisa Kakari Stone.
Yes.
And Chair Camilla Bustamante.
Yes.
Thank you.
But Madam Chair, if we're ready, are we ready? We live? We live? We're good? Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to come out of executive session stating that the only things that we discussed were the things that we went in and appropriately discussed.
We have a second.
Second.
A second by Commissioner Johnson. So we have a motion to come out of executive session, a second by Commissioner Johnson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. We are out of executive session. Now a motion for the action items in our executive session.
Madam Chair, thank you very much. Just as a point of just discussion of what we discussed here and in executive session, just to be clear that part of this is to discuss, part of what we did was to discuss procedure and appropriate ways to understand how the process works and how we would like it to go in the most orderly and comprehensive methods possible. We had some newer commissioners and some not so newer commissioners that all had questions about process and making sure that all parties were heard, had appropriate opportunities to understand the process, a little bit of our communication strategy as to make sure that some of the questions that we had might be able to be shared on our website and in different ways so that the community that is concerned about this issue can voice their opinion in the multiple steps that come in the future. And ultimately, the order that I will be making a motion to adopt is only an order discussing the first step of this process at this point. And so I'm sure some other folks here might have some comments about what we discussed, but I just wanted to open that conversation.
Okay, we have a motion to... Yes.
No motion yet. I was just doing it under discussion, but I will make the motion when it's appropriate.
Under discussion. So any other statements regarding the order that we are preparing to release? Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, I'd like to point out that we are giving the public every opportunity to participate. We've named 8 parties with standing, but also we've allowed other people to apply to be a party with standing if they feel the need to. But even, whether or not they are a party with standing, the public will have every opportunity to make their statement at the public hearing, which we will schedule at a later date.
Thank you. Additional statements, comments, concerns?
We need to, Madam Chair, do we need to share the date certain now?
We will have a motion to approve the order and provide the date if we will get a more order to,
Okay.
Yep.
Motion to do so should include the date.
So, Madam Chair, if I may, I will make a motion to adopt this order, consolidating the appeals, recognizing parties with standing, and scheduling scheduling a pre-hearing special meeting.
And do you want to include the date?
Yep. So there is, if folks would like to add their name to the consolidated appeals and potentially add themselves to an interested party with standing, they can do so on or before June 10th by 5 p.m. And then we will be having a hearing on in a special meeting on June 17th at 1 p.m. in the BCC chambers right here.
We have a second.
I second the motion.
We have a motion to approve the order recognizing the dates of written request for June 10th and the final hearing on the, on the 17th. And a second by Commissioner, the special meeting will be on the 17th, a second by Commissioner Hughes. Yes.
Could I just make a clarifying statement? The public hearing on June 17th is not the final hearing, which will be considering the merits of the consolidated appeals. So it is just the next step. It's not the final.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anyone else? So we have a motion to approve with the dates and a second for, motion to approve by Commissioner Green, a second by Commissioner Hughes. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No one opposed. Okay, thank you. That carries, and we will have our first step in that process. We've already, the item 12, public hearings, case has been tabled. So for anyone in the chambers who is here for the public hearing,
Oh,
free.
he's
You
leaving
have the gift of
disappointed.
time. Look at that. He waited. All right, so that being said, do we have a motion? Are there any announcements or concluding business? Do we have a motion to adjourn?
I will make that motion.
We have a motion from Commissioner Green. Do we have a second?
Second.
Oh,
Identical time.
Photo finish.
you know, I haven't heard from him a lot. We're going to go ahead with Commissioner Hughes.
All right, second.
Commissioner Hughes second, even though he had earlier, but no. All right. All in favor, say goodbye.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Aye and aye.
Onward ho. Thank you very much, and thank you, staff, for your patience. Thank you.